So this is something quick that we're just finishing in the hot shop, but eventually we'll move on to making some store items. And yeah, it'll be kind of holiday glassware, so we'll be working with some red and white. Yeah, but this is a kind of a personal project of Sarah's. She's the one who is using this small handheld torch. They're just flame polishing some lettering that they carved into the surface of the glass. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I was explaining to these guys a moment ago, but we are just finishing up a personal project of Sarah's, and she's the one who is using this smaller handheld torch. We are flame polishing some lettering that we have carved into the surface of the glass. And just to kind of explain, this is technically a multi-day project because of that. So this piece was blown and made in the hot shop. And then the surface was carved away using probably a grinding wheel or something similar in a cold shop. And the cold shop, as the name might suggest, we work with the glass cold. That's where we have a lot of equipment that's kind of similar to woodworking, but we have wood grit and diamond grit, oh my goodness, and a lot of water. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. This piece is hollow. It just has a really small opening up at the top, furthest from the pipe. But yeah. I mean, we do have a couple of our furnaces off, kind of on the left side of the hot shop. But the reason we have multiple on at a time is so we can work at multiple places at once. Usually it's all for the same project. There's just multiple components that have to come together. Like later on, we'll be making some pictures, and that'll require us to work on the body and the handle separately. So we'll need two of the furnaces to work at the same time. Oh, and then we also have the glass furnaces, which you haven't seen us use these yet, but the large tanks with the closed doors, there's literally just a crucible full of molten clear glass inside of those. So you'll see us use those eventually. And that's where all of our projects start. So at this point, it looks like they're getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. So we've successfully flame polished all of the lettering, and it's just as smooth as they want it. So in preparation, we'll usually torch this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. This is done usually until we see some movement in that connection. And you can see somebody is getting suited up in a kind of a shiny suit and eventually Kevlar gloves as well. And we always pick up the piece off the end of the pipe to put it away. We don't just like knock it off in the box. So this is going to protect Trent as he physically picks up this piece of glass. And when the glass is solid in the hot shop, it's still at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even if something looks cold in here, people know not to touch it. And to break this piece off a little bit easier or cleaner, it looks like Sarah's going in and she is squeezing down with these two metal blades near where the glass is connected to the pipe. Just kind of creating a divot in that connection. And when we put pieces away, they go in these kind of few different boxes that we have throughout the hot shop. The ones that we usually use are on the walls, but I think for this specific piece, we're putting it inside of this box up in the front here, just to kind of save space in our other annealers. But they stay just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll fill it up throughout the day usually, and then just press a button to slowly cool everything at once. So we angle the pipe so that when we apply this water, the water has no way of touching the bottom of the piece, which can cause the bottom of the piece to crack. And after applying this water to this little divot we've created, all we have to do is tap the pipe and it should just pop right off. And that was a clean break, so that piece is finished. And this is going inside of the annealer, which I was describing just a moment ago, to slowly cool down. And this cycle usually takes about 12 hours, so we won't see this piece until at least tomorrow. And just to let you know, once again, we are going to be working on a variety of other projects today, so if you stop by again, you'll probably see us make some store items, such as pitchers. Yeah. So in case you guys are curious, I want to share what we have going on today. So today we have some of our Hot Shop team members that work here at the museum. And we are working on some store items specifically. And they're supposed to be holiday items, so we are continuing to work with the theme of red, green, and white. These are going to be some pictures that have a red base and then a white wrap of color all the way around, so it's going to have kind of stripes or a spiral of white throughout the piece. And so far we just have that kind of red base bubble, and we'll continue to blow this out later on after we wrap that white color around it. We always get our colors and patterns and then all of the glass we need for the project before we start to see any shaping. Okay, so welcome into the hot shop. Today we are working on some pitchers specifically, so we'll see some water pitchers in the hot shop. And these are meant to be holiday items, so we're working with red and white at this moment. The glass, when it's hot, it looks a little bit of a different color, so it might look orange at the moment, but this is because the glass is so hot, it's creating its own light and heat, kind of like lava. So we've just flattened the bottom of our pitcher, and that means pretty soon here we will be attaching another pipe just to that area we flattened, just to the bottom, and we'll break the piece off of the pipe it was created on. And this is going to kind of flip the orientation of it. It's just going to give us access to the other side of the piece. Also, just to talk about the temperatures in here real quick, the furnaces that we're using, they run between 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And then these torches, they do run about the same, but we use it to heat up a section of glass that might be a little bit cold, for example. And welcome to the hot shop. We are making some store items today. We are starting with this pitcher right here. We have the bottom half of the pitcher already made, and we're just getting ready to attach another pipe to the bottom and then break it off the pipe it's on right now. And this gives us access to the other side of the piece. That's the whole point of attaching this second pipe. And right now the glass, it looks a little bit darker than it's actually going to end up. Whenever red glass is hot in the hot shop, it oddly enough changes to kind of a brown or black or gray color. But when it cools down fully, that kind of bright cherry red comes back. So we've just brought that second pipe over. You can see they've placed it basically just directly in the center of the bottom of the piece. And once that connection is not moving so much, it's nice and set up, then they'll go in with some water and apply it to this divot we've created in the glass called the jack line, just right here. And that water is going to change the temperature of the glass so quickly in that area that it causes thermal shock and it pops the piece off. So now that we've broken that piece off from its original pipe, we have an opening into the top of the piece, so we'll be able to open it up, flare it out a little bit if we want to from here. There is some glass that we need to trim off. Sometimes when we break the piece off, that connection is a little bit thick and maybe even uneven. So we'll go in, cut some glass off, and then we'll be able to open it up. And of course, for this picture, we need a handle, so eventually we will be working on a blown glass handle. Usually the handles are hollow here in the museum store, and it makes the piece more balanced and lighter overall. So we're going inside of the piece with the jacks and flared it open. And this is a good example of what we might do for a vase, for example. But with this flared out section of glass, we've turned it into a disc, and we will actually cut this excess glass off. Or actually, more like break it off. And to break this excess bit of glass off, Sarah's applying pressure using the diamond shears. And then they'll tap that piece of glass off. So you can see each time we're heating this up, we're focusing the heat just on the front half of the piece. We want to just overall leave that lower half alone. But every now and then we do go fully inside of the furnace and just heat everything up. And this is called flashing. We're trying to keep everything nice and warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is really helpful to balance that heat out. So the back end of the piece is pretty cold compared to that front half. So just to make sure it's staying warm, we can go in with this fluffy flame. And to open this piece up, they're partially going on the inside of the piece, but also they are going on the outside of the piece like this here with the jacks on the outside, and they're turning pretty quickly. And this is flaring the glass out from centrifugal force and just kind of pushing it into those blades. And once they're happy with this overall shape, they'll start getting the handle ready, which it looks like Jack is doing that over there on the right. Also, I want to mention, since we're making store items in the hot shop today, that any store items in the Museum of Glass store that were made in this hot shop, they will be on sale for the rest of the day today. I think it's a 20% off any of those items. So you get to see it made, and then you get to go grab some yourself. And there's also a deal. So it's just a pretty nice store item day. So I've just brought over this small clear bubble of glass. We'll attach the handle to the lower side of our piece first and then twist it upward. There's a variety of different shapes and styles for handles. And this is a bit of copper tubing that they're using to create a more even and round arch on the inside of that handle. And once you're happy with that handle, there's only one step left, and that is creating the spout for the pitcher for our liquid or beverage to pour out. So we're going in with this pretty hot focused flame and heating up just a small section of the lip opposite of the handle. And all we do is we go on the inside of the piece, usually with a pair of tweezers, and push that lip out. And just like that, this picture is pretty much done. So we'll get ready to break it off and put it away to cool down. And where these pieces cool down, today we're going to be using this large black box over on the far right wall, it looks like. These are annealers throughout the hot shop. They stay at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We fill them up throughout the day and then just press a button when we're done, and everything's programmed to slowly cool down. And to break this piece off the pipe, we apply water to the very end, just at that connection point, and then tap the pipe to pop it off. And it looks like that was a very clean break. We'll torch the bottom to stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo because this is a store item. And that piece is done. And let's give them a round of applause for their first store item of the day. Thank you. Yeah, so it's going to cool in there for maybe about 12 hours. We won't see it again until tomorrow. And I just want to mention, speaking of holiday items, we do have a special kind of holiday night coming up on December 21st where we'll be open from 5 to 9 p.m., so pretty late night. There's going to be the Tacoma Yacht Club's lighted boat parade, and we're choosing to keep the museum open a little bit later so that we can have some things kind of centered around that. There will be fire pits outside to watch that parade go by, and there will be, I think, special drinks served in the cafe and all sorts of fun workshops such as ornament making that you guys can participate in. And we'll just continue to work on some holiday store items for those who just joined in. That's what we're working on today. And this is all going to start with the coloring process. Yeah, and speaking of the furnaces, you're going to see us use our glass furnace here. So this tank with the closed door, this is where we have a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten glass. And this is always clear glass in our hot shop specifically. We don't have any colored pots, which are just, as it sounds, pots of colored glass. Yeah, so the glass furnace has to stay on 24/7 just to make sure that that glass stays molten in the same temperature all throughout. And it can be a little catastrophic if it cools down, actually. It can damage the tank that it's inside of. But I think they said it only takes about a day for us to heat up a new glass mixture, so I thought that was pretty quick, honestly. And speaking of the glass mixture, it's kind of a sand that we throw in, and it's specifically soda lime glass, so a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and mostly silica sand. And over there, Trent's using a pipe cooler, if you're wondering what's going on. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. So this is our red color, and we can't quite see it underneath the captioning, but Trent is sectioning a little bit of that red color off, and this is all that we're going to use for this singular picture, not picture. Also, this process is called a color drop or a color overlay, and this is what they use to create an even layer of color across an entire piece, basically no matter what color it is. This is usually how they get that. So we'll melt down that solid colored glass completely, then cut it off. And next we'll go through a process of pushing and rolling that color back until it completely covers that clear bubble. And if anyone's curious about the color itself, we get it shipped in bar form, so just bars of solid color, kind of like what you see on the front table here, actually. And then we'll just melt down sections of it like we were just doing now and use it this way. But the different colors come from different metals and minerals that are mixed into the glass. And for those who just joined, I just wanted to share that we're making some holiday pictures right now. And these are a red base picture with a white spiral of color over the surface, so it kind of looks candy cane-esque. And we're just starting with the color overlay, so we have the red color on our pipe already. And now we just need to start gathering layers of clear and blowing this up a little bit. And these are store items, which I'm not sure if I mentioned to you guys already, but the store items that are made in this hot shop here in our store, they are all going to be 20% off today. And so if you want to check those out, this is a really good day to do that. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear, and we're now using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even this glass out. We have a good view of that up on the screen. Let's just make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass. We do technically have a small bubble in there still, we just can't see it underneath that color. And as we use this block, we'll usually inflate it just a little bit. We try to inflate it a little bit more each time we gather a layer of clear, just to make sure that it doesn't get too difficult to blow that bubble out with the walls being so thick. Oh, and not to worry, I should point out, we start our projects on the side benches, but once we have all the glass and all the patterning and everything that we need, we move over to the center bench and fully blow it out and create our piece. So you guys are in a good position already. And right here, we've just sprayed a little bit of water into our glass furnace. And this might sound odd to do that, spraying water into our molten glass, but we are trying to pop any bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass just to prevent us from gathering any bubbles in our next layer of clear. And right now, each time we're gathering clear, this is more so to build up mass for the piece more than anything else. And we have plenty of red color on the surface of the glass already. So even though we're blowing it out thinner and thinner, it's still staying that nice rich red. Also, just to point out, we've pulled out our white color already. This is wrapped in just a very thin layer of clear. We usually try to avoid having the colored glass on the surface of the piece. And we are shaping this into a really fine point because we'll touch this down on the surface of the glass bubble. And then as we rotate the glass bubble, this is going to pull that white color all the way around and create a spiral of white across the piece. So for those who just joined, we're trying to create kind of a piece that's candy cane-esque, and it's going to be a pitcher that goes into the Museum of Glass store. Also, this bucket that we've dumped the excess clear glass into, this is all clear glass, so eventually we'll crush it back up and throw it into the furnace to completely reuse it. So right there, you can see how much gravity will change the shape of a bubble. Usually we hang the bubble down to stretch the glass out and create kind of a longer, narrower shape. But every once in a while, you'll see them hold the bubble up towards the ceiling, and this creates a wider kind of squat shape. And we'll use this for low bowls and for plates and basically anything that has to be wide and kind of short. But now we have blown this bubble out a little bit more, and this is really important. We've gone in with these newspapers that Sarah has in her hand now, and we've lengthened and tapered the shape of this bubble. So now we have almost kind of a bullet shape. And this is going to allow that white glass that we've been preparing to wrap evenly around the entire bubble. It gives us a lot more surface area for wrapping. And I just want to point out, this is really satisfying whenever we're working with glass and we end up cutting it or pulling it or even dumping it and it's all molten and gooey, kind of like honey. So here we've set up our bubble up in the front and we're bringing over a bit of white glass. And as I was describing earlier, we will touch this down on the back end of the bubble. And as they turn, this wraps around the piece. It didn't wrap the way they were expecting, so they're going to simply brush this glass off and try again. As long as the glass remains cold, you can actually just disconnect pieces of glass. I know, it's really interesting, but yeah, that glass is probably hovering just around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we just brought that bit of glass over, and we have a good view of this up on the screen, by the way, for anyone that can't quite see it from where they're sitting. So this time we have much thicker lines of white color. So we reheated this bubble and we're going to start rolling it on this metal table called the marver. And this is mostly to push those lines down into the surface of the bubble. We don't want them to stay raised. We want to make sure that bubble's not collapsing, so we inflate it just a little bit more. And yeah, interestingly enough, the pipe works both ways like a straw, so if we apply pressure to the glass, the air can actually escape and kind of deflate the piece. So we do have to be careful with what we're doing. And now you'll see us blow this out and turn it into one of our pitchers. So as Jack blows into the end of the pipe, Sarah is able to kind of guide which way it blows out by using those newspapers. So we've just created the jack line, which is this divot kind of near the pipe. So this is where we'll break the piece off of the pipe later on. We'll always do this before even creating the general shape of our piece. So from here, we'll continue to blow the piece out and we'll form the lower half of the piece. We'll shape it and flatten the bottom with a paddle to create the lower half of our pitcher. And when hanging this glass down towards the floor, you can see how much that changed it. Gave us a little bit of a longer and narrower shape. So to finish off the lower half of this picture, we're now flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. We're keeping our jacks on the side of the piece as we do this to force the glass into a nice crisp corner. If we were to just push from one direction, it would push out the other way. So our next step is going to be attaching this second pipe to the bottom of our piece, and then we'll break the piece completely off of the pipe that it was created on, the one that it's on right now. And this is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. So I actually get that question a lot. Why do we use this torch when we have the furnace? And the reasoning is we need to kind of balance the heat out. We were previously focusing a lot of heat just on the very end of the bubble where we flatten the bottom. And so this back end of the piece where it's connected to the pipe is pretty cold at this point. And as we go into the furnace, the bottom of the piece is being heated first, and as we come out, it's being heated last. So it's naturally the warmest area. We're letting that cool down. And we've just attached that second pipe, the puntee. Once they're happy with that connection, they just apply a little bit of water to the jack line, this divot in the glass. And this water is cracking the glass from thermal shock. So all we have to do is tap the pipe that sends a vibration to those small cracks and it pops the piece right off. So from here, we technically would be able to just flare it straight open and continue on from there, but usually these guys are perfectionists and they will kind of trim some excess glass off around the opening before moving on. Also, I just want to point out once again for the newcomers, this piece is a store item that we're making. It's a pitcher, and it's kind of candy cane-like. So it's going to have a red base and then white stripes all the way around. So now we'll start just focusing all of our heat on the front half of the piece where we have the opening. And we'll soon be able to go in and start to pinch and pull at the opening. Yes, just as I thought, they are going to cut some excess glass away. So whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, that connection area is usually a little bit thicker. So when we squeeze down to create that divot in the glass, it kind of condenses the glass in that area. It's interesting. So we're thinning the glass out by stretching it with the tweezers, and then we just cut all of that excess glass off. So you'll see in a few different parts of this process that sometimes somebody will hold up a wooden paddle, and this is to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass more than anything else. And this is especially more important when we're working with large amounts of glass, of course. So we're slightly widening the opening right now, and we're pushing this wooden paddle against the opening, kind of rounding it out and smoothing it out. And here you can see him shielding Sarah as well. Now, as we're opening this piece up, sometimes we'll go on the inside of the piece and we're lightly pushing outward, which is flaring it open, of course. But sometimes we'll also go on the outside of the piece, like you see here. And we're trying to make sure the glass is staying even. And sometimes we'll spin the glass pretty quickly when we're on the outside, and this pushes the glass into the blades from centrifugal force. And now we're going on the outside of the piece with the newspapers. So yes, once again, this is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. So now that we have our overall shape, we're just going to keep this piece warm, and at the same time we'll start to prepare our handle, which is also going to be a blown glass bubble. And this makes the piece a little bit lighter overall and better balanced instead of just having a solid piece of glass just attached to the side of the piece. So we are blowing a small clear bubble over on the right side of the hot shop. And we'll attach that bubble to the lower half of our piece first, cut that bubble off, and then we'll twist it upward and attach it to the upper half. And this second connection is a little bit colder, so we'll usually torch it with this really hot focused flame just in that small little section and make sure that connection is really secure. And after they're happy with the handle, there's only one more step left, and that's creating the spout on that opposite side. So we're just heating up a very small section of the lip, and we go inside of the piece with a pair of tweezers and push that lip outward. And just like that, this picture is pretty much done. Also, just to point out, that little flame we've been using, it's the hottest item in the hot shop. I'm sure you can see how bright blue it is, but it gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So at this point, we're just getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. And this includes torching that piece of glass that's physically on the pipe until we see a little bit of movement in the connection between the pipe and the piece. And then we'll apply some water to that connection very carefully. We want to make sure not to touch the bottom of the piece, otherwise it cracks the bottom of the piece. And then we just tap the pipe and it pops right off. And we'll hold on to the piece using these Kevlar gloves so that we can torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, since this is a store item. And just like that, this piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing our store item. Thank you. So that was our second picture we made today. They're all turning out just a little bit different from each other. And yeah, once again, eventually these are going into our store. And speaking of, since we are making store items in the hot shop today, I want to point out that we have a sale on some store items in the store, and they're specifically the ones that we make here in the hot shop. So you get to see it made, get to buy it in the store. Also, I want to mention we have our annual ornaments for sale as well, and the person who made all those annual ornaments is Trenton Kyocho over on the right. He's been selling a lot of his work lately. We just had a sale over at Hilltop Artists, which is a local nonprofit organization, and it allows kids 12 and up to build glass. And he and I both went through that program. I started at 15, so if you guys have any youth who are interested in the program, feel free to ask me more questions. So now you guys will see the process from the beginning of making these pictures. Once again, we're trying to make quite a few of them today just so that we have a little variety on the shelf. The last one we made had a pretty different spiral from our first one, so we are changing up the design slightly as we go along. So at the center bench, we have heated up some of the red color that we're using as the base for our pieces. And we're sectioning this off. We really only need a small amount at a time for these individual pictures. And yeah, once again, for those who just joined, we are making some pictures in the store today, or sorry, in the hot shop today, which are going into the store here at the museum. And these are specifically holiday items. So these are kind of candy cane-esque with a red base and then some white kind of spirals or stripes across the piece. So just to point out, we've gathered a new layer of clear glass over top of our color, and that came from this large tank in the behind the closed door here. It's basically a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten glass in there. So if you missed that, that's where we're getting all of our fresh clear glass is inside of there. And you could just think of it like lava. The texture of that glass is a lot like honey, and it's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And right now we are lightly blowing this out, and we're continuing to use a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even out the glass and make sure that the bubble blows out evenly. And this is going to be a really kind of satisfying process to watch. What we do is we create our bubble with that red color, of course. We blow it out a little bit, and then we create a long tapered shape, kind of like the shape of a bullet, and then we will wrap white glass around it to create those stripes of white. So the center bench jack is preparing that bit of white color that'll be wrapped around the red bubble. And it looks like we sprayed a little bit of water in the furnace. If you're curious about that, this is just to pop any bubbles that have risen to the surface of the glass. It's preventing us from getting any air bubbles in our overall piece. Yeah, so that nozzle is just to blow some compressed air onto the glass, and it cools it down kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food, honestly. Cools it down a little bit faster than if we were to leave it alone. And I want to point out this shape that we have. So I was describing this a little bit earlier, but we want this long tapered shape. This allows us a lot more surface area so that we can wrap the white around more evenly and all the way down the bubble. And we'll use this setup in the front here in a moment to wrap that white color around the red bubble. This is a roller setup, and it creates a roller wrap. It basically pulls the pipe back at a really even distance every rotation, and it creates a really even spirals of color all the way around the piece. So the temperature of the furnaces is between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So now we've just brought over that bit of white, and we're attaching it basically where the glass is connected to the pipe first. And then as we rotate, that white glass spirals all the way down the bubble. And each time we're doing this, we're changing up the design a little bit. So this time we've left kind of a gap where we can see some of that red color a little bit better. And now we'll go through the process of actually blowing this out and turning it into our pitcher. And just something I like to mention every now and then, by the way, if anyone wants to kind of share this experience with others, and maybe even like you missed the beginning of the process and you just want to make sure that you have the entire story behind a piece or maybe process, we live stream every single time we're in the hot shop during the day like this. So you can always go onto our YouTube channel or onto our website and look at the live stream and just kind of tune in, or you can even look at past live streams literally from years and years and years and years ago. We save every single live stream. So we've heated this glass up and we're starting to blow it out. You can see somebody with their mouth on the end of the pipe. This is where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. And to kind of guide which way this bubble blows out, Sarah was using this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. Now something interesting to note as we're making this piece, we have to keep this in mind, the white color of glass, for each color we use different metals and minerals, but white is a little bit stiffer usually. So we have all the white concentrated in one area, and then we have red concentrated in another area. We have to make sure to blow these sections out evenly. Also, I get questions about this torch every now and then, so I just will mention real quick. This does run around the same temperatures as the furnaces themselves, but this torch heats up a section of glass at a time so we can focus heat to just one area. So now after focusing a bunch of heat kind of near the pipe, we're able to go in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and squeeze down near the pipe, creating a jack line. And this is where we break the piece off of the pipe, is from this divot. So for those who just joined in, we are working on some store items in the hot shop today. And we are working on specifically some pitchers, some holiday pitchers, like a water pitcher. I know it keeps spelling it as picture up on the screen, but yeah, water pitcher. And these are all with a red base color, like a transparent red, and then they have white stripes all around the outside. And something special about seeing these store items being made in the hot shop today is we have a sale on our store items today for 20% off for specifically the pieces that we make in the hot shop here. So sadly, no, this stuff on the floor, it has dropped into wax and debris, and it has multiple colors, and it has layers of clear red and white, and so we can't reuse that glass. But we do reuse the majority of our glass, which tends to be clear glass, by specifically throwing it into this metal bucket kind of near the furnace, and then we'll just crush that glass apart and throw it back in the furnace to be reused. So we reuse our clear glass completely, and that does tend to be most of our excess that we have left over anyways. Also, right now we're flattening the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle. And we're keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, those two metal blades, to kind of forcefully push the glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. And just like that, we've created the bottom of our piece. So we've just brought over another pipe, attached that just to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once this is centered and that connection is not moving so much, we'll apply some water to our jack line, which you may remember is that divot that we have on our original connection. And this water is going to cause thermal shock from changing the temperature of the glass super quickly. Then we simply tap the pipe and that piece pops right off. Now whenever we break a piece off, that connection area tends to be thick and that break isn't always perfectly even, so we'll trim some of that excess glass off before we move on to opening the piece up and turning it fully into our pitcher. And for those who just joined in, we're working on making some store items, specifically some pitchers. And these are holiday themed, as have a lot of our objects been this week. So this has a red base with a white wrap of color all the way around, kind of candy cane-esque. And we're just getting ready to open this piece up, but before we do so, we trimmed a little bit of glass off. So I get this question a lot about why we use the torch when we have the furnace. So for anyone else that's curious, we use the torch to heat up a section of glass at a time. So in this case, it looks like we were trying to heat up kind of the center of the pitcher, because as we go into the furnace, we're heating up the front of the piece first, and then as we come out, it's heating up the front of the piece last as well. So a lot of heat tends to be focused just on that front half. So oftentimes try to balance that heat out by torching other areas that are cold or that we want to work on. But they do run around the same temperature, by the way. about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And as we're finishing up the main kind of just body of the pitcher here at the center bench, we'll probably get started on the handle of the pitcher pretty soon over on the right. And the handle, so far, they have been all just clear glass, but they are blown handles, so they are hollow. And this makes sure that the piece is more evenly balanced and a little bit lighter overall, instead of just having a solid, heavy mass of glass on the side of the piece. So now we've brought that bubble over, and we attach it to the lower half of our piece first, and then twist the handle up and attach it to that upper half. So the second connection we make is a little bit colder, so sometimes you'll see them torch it, and just to make sure that that second connection is warm and stays secure. And then our final step after the handle is, of course, creating the spout. And so all we'll do is we'll just heat up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle and then push outward with the tool, and that creates our spout. These pieces are pretty quick. This will be our third pitcher of the day. So after going in with that hot focused flame, simply push from the inside with a pair of tweezers, and we've created our spout. So now this piece is fully done. And at this point, we'll get ready to break it off the pipe and put it away. Whenever we break a piece off and it's for the store, we'll try to stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. So we do technically have just one more teeny tiny little step. We'll break the piece off the pipe, torch the bottom, stamp it, and then it'll go inside of this box over on the right side of the hot shop. This is one of our mini annealers that we have that slowly cools the glass down overnight. So to break the piece off now, we just apply a little bit of water to the very end of the pipe, and this is causing some thermal shock just in that connection point. Then we'll tap the pipe. The piece should pop right off. And these are Kevlar gloves, by the way, that are protecting our artist's hands from the heat of the glass. He will pick it up in his hands and then put it away inside of the annealer. And there we stamped it with the Museum of Glass logo. So this piece is going inside of the annealer, and the cycle usually takes about 12 hours, so we won't see it again until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing this store item. Thank you, everyone. I know a lot of people came in just at the very end, but no worries. We are continuing to make these pictures throughout the day today to make sure that we have a nice amount for the store shelves. And speaking of the store, so once again, we're creating store items in here, and all the store items that are created in this hot shop have a 20% off sale in the store today. So if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, then go check it out. And also, we have some annual ornaments that were created by someone who's on the hot shop floor with us today. Over on the right, Trenton Kyocho, and I think they're about, ooh, how many did they say? They're about 500 or so, and they're one of a kind. We have a completely different theme each year, and I already have my own. And of course, if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Yes, so you'll see that in just a second, but all we do is we take our heated pipe and we stick it inside of our glass furnace, and just like gathering honey on a wooden dowel, we just turn the pipe inside of the molten glass and it picks it up and creates a ball on the end. And we let that layer cool down, and then we can gather layer after layer to build up mass and make a bigger piece. And you'll see how we get color too. We're just about to go through the coloring process, which this process is called a color drop or a color overlay. It gives us a layer of red across the entire piece. Actually, no. So these are all clear glass furnaces. And the way that we get our color is through color bar, which the name is a little self-explanatory. It's a bar of solid colored glass through and through. And we get it shipped in from different companies, and we will just melt down a section of it at a time and use it in our pieces. So really, if you look at the cross-section of a piece, like if you accidentally break a piece of hot shop glass, you'll see a thin layer of color. It's usually sandwiched between layers of clear. And the colored glass is so expensive and so richly colored that we try to use as little as possible usually. So we completely melted that little bit of red glass and we dropped it on top of a clear bubble. And next we'll go through a process where we push and roll that color back using a metal table called a marver. And this is something you guys get to see every once in a great while, not super often, but whenever we have leftover color, just enough to make something small but not quite enough for a blown piece, you'll see the artist pull items out of it. The other day we saw Trent pull a swan out of a piece of white glass that was left over, but very commonly you'll see them pull ponies or horses out of the glass, so that's what we'll probably see at the center bench right here. And you'll actually see these horses throughout the hot shop. Ooh, not right now though, I guess, but they're a ton over top of this glass furnace in the back. You guys might be able to kind of see the silhouettes back there. So we've just gathered our first layer of clear over top of that colored glass. And each time we gather a layer of clear, we'll inflate the bubble just a little bit. And once again, for this piece, we want this red base, and then we'll have these spirals or stripes of white across the piece. So it looks like that the center bench jack is preparing that white color that will be wrapped around that bubble on the right. And those are the pieces that we made yesterday over on the left. Sarah's just taken a peek at them. It just goes to show how long it takes to cool these things down. Those were made and started cooling down at about 5 p.m.-ish. So for this bit of white color, we want it to be kind of a cone-shaped or tapered shape on the end of our pipe. But we have quite a bit of time to prepare this. And we just gathered another layer of clear over top of our red bubble. We're using a pipe cooler, if you're curious and can't quite see it from where you're sitting. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. Also, we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that white color. And what we were doing, rolling it across the table, we weren't so much trying to shape it, we were more so trying to push that clear glass off and make as thin of a layer of that clear as possible. Yeah, exactly. So some of the bits that he cut off had a little bit of white in it, so we threw it in one bucket, and then the one that was fully clear, he was able to put into the clear glass only bucket, which we eventually crush up and then throw into the furnace to completely reuse. And most of our scrap does tend to be clear, as I mentioned earlier, so we do get to reuse a lot of our glass. At the center bench, we've blown this bubble out a little bit more, and Sarah's going to start shaping it into this long tapered shape, kind of like a bullet shape maybe. And this is so that when we wrap that white color all the way around the bubble, it has a lot of surface area and it's an even wrap all the way down to the very end of the bubble. If we were to leave it kind of a round ball shape, it would have a hard time reaching all the way to the end. The stripes would be a lot thicker, more concentrated around the center of the piece, and then it would be thinner and more spaced apart everywhere else. So we get our glass from a specific company. It has to be a super specific mixture every single time we fill it. And so we don't even create the mixture ourselves. We get it shipped in. But it's a kind of a raw sand mixture. It's kind of clumped together. And it's mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, and a little bit of limestone. And so we specifically are using a soda lime glass in this hot shot. And if you guys are curious, I want to point out these things in the back that are kind of angled up this way, and they have these cardboard covers. Those are actually filled with that raw glass mixture, and we'll just dump that entire kind of cartridge into the furnace and melt it down. It's a pretty satisfying process, and the glass takes an entire day to fully melt down and turn into our honey texture that we need. So now we've just brought over that white wrap of color. And once again, these rollers, they're pulling the pipe evenly back, even increments every rotation, so that we get perfectly spaced stripes. Yes, so we actually have been using this on and off today. This is called the garage. And we've been preheating pieces of color inside of it. We've been keeping color that we've already used warm in it. Like, for example, that bit of white we just used. We had some white left over, so we popped it in there. And it keeps things warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So yeah, nice and toasty. But this is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass. It's also not cold enough to let it crack from thermal shock. At the center bench, we started to blow this piece out. And if you haven't seen Sarah use this pad yet, I just want to point out that this is just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water. And that's all that material is. It's as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. So the furnaces and the torch that we're using at this moment, they both run around the same temperature, which is between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Usually a little bit on that hotter end, just to heat up the glass a little bit more quickly. And next we've created the jack line, which is this divot near the pipe. We'll break the piece off from this line a little bit later on. And now we can start to really focus on the shape. So we'll blow this out further and we will even flatten the bottom to create the lower half of our pitcher first. Then we attach another pipe to the bottom, break the piece off of the pipe it's on now from that line, and then we can work on the top half of the pitcher. And this is the way blown pieces are usually made. We'll usually work on that lower half first, and then we'll flip the orientation, work on that upper half.
There are various ways to color molten glass, each allowing the artist to experiment with different effects and designs. One way is to create a color cup. Color cups are used to push a design to the edges of the glasswork, creating a jewel-like, opaque, or textured finish. Artists can create color cups in advance as raw materials or break off a fresh cup for use. Once heated to about 1,000 degrees, a cup is stuffed or encased around a clear glass bubble. The color cups can be layered, heated, and shaped to create unique designs and patterns in the final piece of glasswork.
So it's really hard to blow glass by yourself, but you technically can, especially if you're making smaller items like ornaments or small cups and things like that. So for example, Trent, the person who is helping turn the pipe right now, he blew a lot of those ornaments by himself, the annual ornaments that we have in our store. And that is able to be done by using a hose or a tube that you connect to the end of the pipe so you can blow for yourself and work on the glass at the same time. But otherwise, you really do have to have at least one other person there so that they can blow while you're working with the glass. But frequently, I think you'll see teams of 3 at a minimum, and then maybe more average is about 4. So someone can help turn, someone can blow, someone sitting down and physically working on the glass, and then another person is shielding that person's arm and hand from the heat that's coming off the glass. And that is a really important job. The glass, as it gets bigger and there's more surface area, or there's just more glass in general, there's a lot of heat that comes off of it. So here we're just starting to flatten the bottom. We're pushing in the bottom with a wooden paddle while keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, those 2 metal blades. And this is hopefully forcing and pushing that glass into a nice crisp corner. If we were to just push on the bottom, the glass would kind of bulge out the sides a little bit. And kind of behind the scenes, we usually will have someone covering up the end of the pipe, because as we push on the glass, air can escape the piece and cause it to kind of collapse on itself. So we have natural gas for the furnaces, and then we have propane and oxygen for the torches usually. Yeah, the hot torch, for example, the smaller handheld one, that one uses propane and oxygen, and it creates that really sharp focused flame. So we're going in and attaching this second pipe. And this is centered just to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once this connection is centered and kind of fully set up, then we'll break the piece off of its original pipe. And this happens really quickly. We just apply a little bit of water, which shocks the glass, and then tap the pipe, and then it pops right off. And just like that, we've basically flipped the orientation of our piece. So now we can start working on the upper half of our pitcher and finish it off. Also, I know it keeps saying picture up on the screen, but I just want to clarify for any newcomers that we're making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a lemonade pitcher. And these are holiday themed that we've been making. So they have a red base with white striping or spiraling around the entire piece. And I know the red doesn't look very red right now, but it behaves a little bit odd in the hot shop where it looks brown or gray or black whenever it's hot. But when it cools down, it's going to go back to a transparent kind of bright cherry red. So we'll usually trim off some excess glass from around the opening. Whenever we break a piece off of a pipe, that connection area, the glass tends to be a little bit thick and the break isn't always perfectly even. So we've gotten rid of the thickness, we've gotten rid of any imperfection, and now we can just open it up and get the shape that we wanted. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We are working on store items still, and we're just continuing to make these pitchers. I think this will be our fourth one that we've made today. They have that red base and then some white striping across the entire surface, kind of candy cane-esque. And we're just finishing off the overall body shape for our pitcher. Over on the right bench, Jack is going to get started on the handle for the pitcher, which is just going to be made from a clear glass bubble. So now we're able to bring that bubble over. We're attaching it to the lower half of our pitcher first. We'll stretch it up just a bit, creating a longer handle. And then we're able to twist this and attach it to the upper half of our pitcher. And this is a piece of copper tubing that we're using on the inside of the handle to fully shape this out and round it out a little bit more. And once you're happy with the handle, there's only one more step for this pitcher to finish it off, and that's creating the spout on the opposite side. So we'll heat up a section of the lip, and then we will push that lip outward to create our spout. And then our pitcher is pretty much done. And at this point, they are completely finished with the pitcher, so they're getting ready to break it off and put it away. And what they do to do this is they'll heat up the area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until they see a little bit of movement in the connection between the pipe and the piece. And then they apply some water to the very, very end of the pipe, just where the two connect. and pop that piece off. Now since this is a store piece, we'll torch the bottom after breaking it off and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo to completely finish it off. We always try to mark that they were made here whenever we can. And speaking of the items that are made here in the hot shop, I just want to point out that we have a sale for specifically just this. Any items that are made in our museum in the store, they are 20% off today. So right there, we're going in with a little bit of water. And then we simply tap the pipe, and that piece pops cleanly off. When we put this piece away, this is going inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the right wall, which is sitting at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's going to hold it at that temperature until the end of the day, which then we just press a button and slowly cool everything down. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that store item. Thank you. You can see all the previous ones we made in there too. So that was our fourth one. And I'm just trying to get as many as we can today so we can get them on the shelves for the store. And yeah, that was our process. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask away. I think that was our last item before our lunch, but we will be back in just about an hour from now, so at around 2:05, and we'll see you then.
There are various ways to color molten glass, each allowing the artist to experiment with different effects and designs. One way is to create a color cup. Color cups are used to push a design to the edges of the glasswork, creating a jewel-like, opaque, or textured finish. Artists can create color cups in advance as raw materials or break off a fresh cup for use. Once heated to about 1,000 degrees, a cup is stuffed or encased around a clear glass bubble. The color cups can be layered, heated, and shaped to create unique designs and patterns in the final piece of glasswork.
Hello, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'm going to share what we have going on today. First off, I just want to point out these pieces on the front pedestals. These are some store items we made yesterday, and they will be going into the store pretty soon, which today we have that 20% off discount for specifically the hot shop made items here. So hopefully they'll be on the shelves soon. But we are going to be working on a little bit of a different project. It's still going to be holiday glassware, so kind of fitting along with this theme. But it's going to be a red-based pitcher, like a water pitcher or a lemonade pitcher, and it's going to have this spiral of white going around the entire piece. And these are pretty quick. We made 4 of them earlier today, and we're going to continue to make as many as we can so that we have a nice variety on the shelves in the store. And these guys, they are working for the museum as a hot shop team. A couple of them, they work here full time. And I think maybe I'll give a little overview of the hot shop itself real quick too. So you just saw them use the glass furnace. And as the name might suggest, this is a furnace that holds our molten glass, and it stays just at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of a giant ceramic crucible. So this is where we start all of our projects, basically no matter what we're making. And next, these open face furnaces, these are used to reheat the glass, and this means that we need them to be a little bit warmer just to reheat them quickly. So they stay between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little bit warmer. And it looks like we are heating up some color right now. So this large silver box, this is the garage. And luckily I have a nice little example down here, but we have a bunch of pieces of this inside of the garage, which this is color bar. It's just a solid bar of colored glass. And the one that we're using right now is red, a transparent red. So we've preheated it up to about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in there. And we've picked it up on the end of our pipe, and we will start to fully melt it down, and we'll be able to use it to create a piece that is all that cherry red. And feel free to ask if you guys ever have any questions. So this is our piece of red color bar right here. Sometimes small particles will stick to the surface of our glass, especially if it's been resting on kind of just a dirty surface. So we're just dusting it off real quick. Good question. So I actually do have an explanation for the cone that we're inside of. For anyone else that's curious, I'll answer on the microphone. But this cone is almost kind of historical in a way. It's paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for. There used to be all these wood burners along this waterway right here, and they were used to burn leftover wood scraps from logging. This was a big logging area. And when they cleaned this area up and built the museum and built the Bridge of Glass, they did remove all of those, but they built the cone in the same shape as those burners to kind of just pay tribute to what this area used to be. The only difference, biggest difference I should say, is that the cone's tilted on its side a little bit, and this gives us some more floor space actually. And welcome to everyone who just or recently joined in. I want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on in general. So we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working on the floor today. And we are making some store items, some holiday store items specifically. So we've been working with a lot of reds and whites and greens over the past few days or so. And these are some pieces that we made yesterday just to give you guys an idea of what's going into the store pretty soon. But the pieces we're making right now are a little bit different. We're making some pitchers, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher, and they are red as a base color, a transparent red, with a spiral of white going all the way up and around the side of the piece. So it's kind of candy cane-esque. So that's what you can expect to see in the hot shop today for those who just joined in. And we are just starting this piece, so you're going to see how we get the color on the piece to begin with, and then see the whole process of us blowing it out and shaping it. So this, once again, this is just some solid colored glass on the end of the pipe right here. This is a transparent red. Right now it looks orange just because of how hot the glass is. It's creating its own light as well as heat, kind of like lava. And we've sectioned it off because this color is so rich, we only need to use a small amount at a time. And we try to use as little as possible because colored glass can be pretty expensive. So we've sectioned that bit of red glass off. We have this small clear bubble right here at the center bench. And what we'll do is we'll hold the clear bubble upright towards the ceiling, and we will literally drop this molten color on top. So this is called a color drop or a color overlay. So after we've dropped that color on top of our clear bubble, we're going through the process of kind of pushing and rolling it back by rolling it on the marver, the metal table there. Yeah, these guys have all been blowing glass for a little while that you'll see down on the hot shop floor. Like these two over here, they have 20 to 30 years of experience individually. And yeah, I got a question about personal protective equipment if anyone else is curious. I was explaining we don't often wear a lot of it. Well, first off, because these guys are plenty experienced, they don't really need to worry about burning themselves frequently. But I have seen the dangers of wearing things like gloves in the hot shop. Someone was wearing a glove and the heat started to build up in the glove, and then they were trying to like get it off of their hand very quickly instead of just kind of figuring out what is hot and what's not on the pipe and with the tools. And you can actually see, if you look at the pipe, see kind of a gradient from where the pipe is silver to this kind of angry black color, and this is where we want to avoid touching the pipe, so we just avoid that general area. Yeah, so the way that we colored the glass today was by using a section of color bar like this. And for those who just joined in, I don't think you saw that process, but we basically took a section of solid colored glass that we get shipped in. We melt it down and then we use it to kind of cover up a clear bubble with that color. So you can actually kind of see that layer of color on Trent's bubble kind of hovering in there. But then there's also other ways to color glass. We're not using this way of coloring today, but this is called frit, and it's kind of the texture of sand. It's also pure colored glass, but when we use it, it creates almost a speckled layer of color versus that really smooth, even layer of color that the color drop creates. Yeah, so we don't make any of the color ourselves. It's basically the same basic mixture as our clear glass, where it's a soda lime glass, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and then mostly silica sand. And then there's different metals and minerals that are mixed into the glass to get the different colors. Reds, for example, they can be made in a few different ways, and there's different levels of pricing for reds. There's more pink ones, there's more orange ones, and it can come from copper, it can come from gold chloride. And yeah, we don't mix it ourselves, so I'm not entirely certain on the process of making the color, but I know that the frit is sometimes color that wasn't perfect enough to become color bar, or it was kind of extra, or they blow bubbles of colored glass and they break it up into shards. There's a few different ways I've seen it made. Also, we keep gathering layer after layer of this clear glass on the red bubble, and this is mostly just to build up mass more than anything else, so that we have more material to work with, of course. Hey, could we focus on the center bench, please? Thank you. So with this bubble, we've blown it out a little bit, but most importantly, we've changed the shape into this long tapered shape, almost like a bullet. And we do this to make sure that when we wrap that layer of glass around it, it is going to wrap evenly and it's going to go all the way to the end of the bubble. If we were to leave it round, it would kind of have a hard time wrapping around the very end of the bubble because at that point it would be pretty perpendicular to the ground. And we're using this roller wrap system up here, these rollers, to evenly pull the pipe back at just perfect increments. So sadly, we can't reuse the colored glass because it's layered within clear and color. So I get that question a lot. Everybody's glass journey is different. I get a lot of questions about how people get started in it. And yeah, there are glass schools, there are colleges that just offer glass electives or glass classes in general. And then there's being an apprentice, there's knowing people that have hot shops or know how to blow glass. And out here in Tacoma, there's even a program that allows kids 12 and up to start blowing glass. And that's something I started at the age of 15. So if anyone knows anyone who's kind of in that age bracket, in kind of 12 to 18 years old in middle school or high school, then it's a really good program. And it's out here in Tacoma. So we're now starting to blow this glass out a little bit. This is where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play, of course. And to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out, we're using this pad. Now this is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked with water. And we used it earlier too to get that tapered shape of the bubble that we originally had. So just to point out a couple of important things here, we've created a jack line, which is that divot near the pipe that we squeezed in with those metal blades. This is where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. And we always create that jack line before we even finish the shape of the piece off. So now we're fully blowing this out, and we're going to form the bottom of our pitcher at the furthest end away from the pipe. And to form the bottom of our pitcher, we're going to flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle while also keeping our jacks on the side of the piece. Once again, those two metal blades. And this is forcefully pushing this glass into a nice sharp corner. If we were to just push on the bottom of the piece, the glass would kind of bulge out the sides a little bit. So just like that, we have the lower half of our pitcher already formed. And we will let this stay kind of cool at a temperature of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit as we prepare another pipe to attach to the bottom of the piece. So we've just brought that second pipe over. And this is attached right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And just to mention, what this does is it allows us to kind of flip the orientation of the piece. So we'll break the piece off of its original pipe, and then we'll have access to the top side of our pitcher. We can start opening it up and creating our handle and everything. And to break a piece off of basically any pipe, what you'll usually see is we apply some water, and that water cracks the glass from thermal shock. It's just changing that temperature so quickly. And then when we tap the pipe, it sends a vibration to those small cracks and pops it off. And this is also why you see them being so ginger and so delicate when setting the pipe down, especially later on in the process. They're afraid of creating a vibration that'll send it to any weak points in the piece. Also, just to point out, whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, that connecting area is a little bit thicker and we have kind of an uneven break sometimes, so we'll usually trim some of that excess glass off, which we just did. And this is all the scrap that comes from the entire piece. It's just that singular piece of glass there on the floor. So from here, we can open this up fully, going on the inside of the piece with the jacks. Now at this point in the process, you'll see them start to torch the back end of the piece every once in a while. And this is because this is the last section of the glass going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally just cooling down very quickly. We want to make sure everything is at least relatively balanced and around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now that they have the overall shape of our pitcher, we're just going to keep it warm while Jack makes the handle for the pitcher, which is going to be a singular blown bubble of clear glass. And having a blown handle is kind of nice. It makes a piece a little bit lighter overall, and it makes it more balanced instead of having just solid glass on the side of the piece. So we've just brought that bubble over. We'll attach it to the lower half of the pitcher first. They stretch that handle out a bit, and then they will attach that upper portion. There's many different kind of shapes and designs that we can do for handles. And this right here, this is actually a little piece of copper tubing that we're using to push the handle around. It allows it to maintain a little bit more heat than if we were to use a stainless steel tool. And once we're happy with the handle, we just have one final step, and that is making the spout for our pitcher. So after heating up a small section of the lip, Sarah goes inside of the piece with some tweezers and simply pushes the lip out, creating our spout. So now this picture is done and we'll get ready to break it off of the pipe and put it away. So we'll torch this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until we see a little bit of movement in that connection. And then we know it's safe to apply some water, tap the pipe, break it off. And we will torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store pieces if possible. If not, then we actually sign the bottom with a Dremel, which is also pretty cool. And that piece is finished. So Trent picks it up with his Kevlar gloves and carries it over to be put away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture. Thank you. Exactly, yeah. So it's going to sit in there at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to stay that temperature until we're completely done for the day, which then we just press a button and cool everything down at once. And that'll it's a really safe temperature for glass, and it depends on the glass mixture. So this mixture, we want to keep it at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. If we were to put it in there at a lower temperature, it has a risk of cracking from thermal shock. We just have to bring it down super, super slowly. So it's going to take about 12 hours. Yeah, so we won't see the pieces again until tomorrow, but all these pieces, for example, these were made yesterday. We only just brought them out maybe an hour or so ago. And could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make two pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or they're supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
So while that video was playing, we've made some progress already. We've melted down a section of red colored glass. This is a transparent red all the way through. We've heated that up, dropped it on top of a clear bubble, and now we're going through the process of kind of pushing and rolling that color back. So when we blow this piece out, it's going to fully be covered in that transparent red. And then one more really important detail we'll be adding is we will be wrapping some white color around the entire piece to kind of have a peppermint-esque design. Does it feel weird to hear my voice on a microphone? So with this bubble over on the right bench, we've been gathering layers of clear over top of that red. And this is mostly just to build up some mass for the piece more than anything else. So just giving us more material to work with. And we'll blow this up slowly but surely, increasing the size of that bubble. And at the center bench, Jack is already preparing the white color that will be wrapping around this bubble. Also, this is a pipe cooler, if you are wondering what we were using earlier. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. Also, you guys basically have a private show right now. It's kind of nice. Now this is actually all the glass we will need for this piece, so we will not be gathering any more layers of clear. We'll just start blowing it up a little bit from here, and then we'll wrap that white glass around the outside of this bubble. And this, I think, is one of the most satisfying processes you can see in the hot shop if you haven't seen it already. We'll use this roller setup in the front. These wheels are made to pull the glass back at very even increments when we rotate the pipe, and then we'll be placing the white bit of glass here. It'll wrap around as we turn. So we inflate this glass just a little bit further. And then Sarah's going to start shaping the glass using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And using this, we can kind of contour the glass to the shape of our hand depending on where we place the papers. In this case, we really want this long tapered shape so that the glass wraps evenly all the way to the very end of the bubble. For those who just came in at a really good point in the project. We are making some pictures for the Museum of Glass store, and these have a transparent red base to them, and we're wrapping a layer of white on the outside to create these stripes. And it's supposed to be kind of peppermint candy-esque because there's supposed to be holiday pieces that are going into the store. So we're just about to see that wrapping process now, which is really satisfying. So we bring over that bit of white, we attach it to the moil, which is this area on the back end of the piece near the pipe. And then as we turn the pipe on the rollers pulls the glass back kind of at an even increment, creating perfectly spaced stripes. So now from here we just start to blow this out into our pitcher. You're going to see a lot of blowing, a lot of shaping from here. So we've heated up the glass one more time, and we're rolling it on the marver, which is this metal table. Just trying to smooth out those lines we just created. And now that we've inflated this glass a little bit, we're going in for the jack line, which is this divot that you see forming now near the pipe. And this is where we will break the piece off of the pipe later on, so it's really important that we get this line in before we even finish creating the shape of our piece. And I know new people have been joining in here and there, so I just want to share once again that we are creating some holiday glassware. And this piece that we're working on, this is a pitcher, like for juice or for water. And we are creating a red base with some white striping around the sides of the piece to create kind of a candy cane-esque piece of glass. And to create the bottom of our pitcher, we're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle, also keeping the jacks on the side of the piece, which are those two metal blades. We're trying to forcefully push that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. And yeah, once again, for those who just joined in, this is becoming a pitcher, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And this is a continuation of the variety of glassware we've been creating this whole week. We have some pieces on the front pedestals that we made yesterday, for example. And we have even more items in the store if they're not gone already. There's a sale going on today for any items made in this hot shop here. They're 20% off in the store today. And I think it makes it even more special to see it be made in person. And speaking of store items as well, This is something I want to show off because the person who created these ornaments that are annual ornaments this year is down on the hot shop floor today. His name is Trenton, and he's the one who's been carrying this pipe back and forth a little bit here. So he created hundreds of these ornaments, and we're selling them for the annual ornament of 2024. And this is our next step in the creation of this piece. We've just attached another pipe to the center of the bottom of our piece. Once they're happy with that connection and it's set up a little bit, they will break the piece off from its original pipe. And we do this by applying a little bit of water with the tweezers and then tapping the pipe. That pops the piece right off. So the furnaces constantly have natural gas being pumped into them, and as long as we light the fire in the beginning of the day, it'll just continue to burn. So we are letting a lot of heat escape by keeping that door open, but you could tell it's still very hot in there. We keep it between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, usually on that hotter end. Yeah. And this one stays at a pretty consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. This is our glass furnace, if you didn't see it already. And yeah, it's where we get our molten glass from. It's just a large tank, ceramic crucible, almost like a pot of honey. Also, yes, we trimmed a little bit of the excess glass off, just around the opening of the piece. This was mostly just to thin that area of the glass off. If we were to just open it straight from there after breaking it off of the pipe, then it would be a little bit thick, maybe even a little bit uneven. But now we're able to flare this open and create our finished shape. Also, I haven't mentioned this in a little bit, but When we work with red glass in the hot shop, it is a little bit strange. The color changes when we're working with it, and even if it cools down to the point of it being solid, like that piece we just cut off, you can see it's still just a little bit brown colored, but as it continues to cool, it'll turn more and more bright cherry red. So when the glass is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it looks kind of brown or gray or black even, depending on the red that you're using. So in the very beginning of the process, you guys didn't get to see this, a lot of you guys, but we use something called color bar, which is this solid bar of colored glass to get this really even layer of color across the entire piece. So we got a transparent red base color by using something like this. And what we'll do is we'll melt down a section of this on the end of a pipe, and then we will drop that molten bit of colored glass onto a clear bubble, and then spread it over top, creating a layer of color across the entire bubble. So when we start blowing it out, and if you were to break the piece of glass open, it's really just a thin layer of color kind of sandwiched between layers of clear glass or other colors depending on the design. And then for the white, we had this set up in the front here where we had the white color sitting on the end of the pipe in this yoke, and then we turned the pipe with the red bubble of glass, which wrapped the white around it. And over there, Jack is making the handle for the pitcher, if you guys are wondering what he's doing. This is a small, clear bubble of glass. And having a blown handle is kind of nice. It makes the piece a little bit lighter overall and also better balanced, so we're not just having solid glass on one side of the piece. So we've attached and created our handle. This is a little piece of copper tubing that we're using to just kind of adjust and round out the handle. And then after they're happy with the handle, we just have one more step for the pitcher, and that is making the spout. So we'll heat up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle, and then push that lip outward to create our spout. So this torch, I frequently explain. A lot of people have questions about it. This one, they use to heat up sections of the glass, but unlike that small handheld torch, it's a little bit of a cooler temperature. We call it a fluffy flame, and it's kind of gentle on the glass. We use it to warm up cold sections or to apply general heat to one section. In this case, we're heating up the area where the glass is connected to the pipe, and we'll do the same thing using this smaller math gas as well. But yeah, this is just because this is the last thing going into the furnace, first thing coming out, so it's naturally just cooling down very quickly, that back end of the piece. Now to break this piece off, we apply water to the very end of the pipe. And then all we do is we tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece right off. And we're superheating just a small spot on the bottom so that we could stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that is the very final step, and this piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that picture there. And this is going inside of the annealer, this large box here. It sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to stay at that temperature until we're completely finished for the day, which then we just press a button and it slowly ticks down over time. I think this cycle will probably be about 12 hours. We will be able to open it tomorrow, technically, if we wanted to. And we'll just continue to make these pictures throughout the evening. We want to make a little variety of them to be able to put multiple on the shelves in the store. And I know for sure you guys will be able to see them on the shelves in a few days at least. So welcome into the hot shop to those who joined us. We are working on some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher. And the way that we're making these is they're supposed to be kind of candy cane-esque. So we're starting with a transparent red base across the entire bubble. And then we will create some white spiraling stripes that go all the way up and around the entire side of the pitcher. And you are seeing it from the very beginning, so we're just going to apply that transparent red. And I've been mentioning this quite a bit today just because we're focusing on store pieces, but the pieces that are made in the hot shop here and that have gone into the store, they are 20% off today, and so I just want to make sure you guys hear about it and don't miss out if you guys are curious about seeing the work in there. At the center bench, we've just dropped that molten bit of color on top of the bubble. We'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it completely covers up that clear. And next, now that we have our layer of red, we'll gather a layer of clear over top of this. And this is mostly just to build up mass for the piece. We want to make the piece bigger than what this would be able to make. So we'll gather a couple of layers of clear. And as soon as we gather any more glass, whether it's color or clear, like we just have now, we'll sit down and we'll start using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. These are usually carved out of fruit wood, like cherry wood, and kept in water 24/7, even when we're not using it or maybe even planning on using it. We just want to make sure they stay saturated so that they don't burn when we use them. And this is to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly inside of all of this glass. It's kind of evening out the temperatures of the glass, and it's also evening the glass itself. And that bit of white that Jack has just brought out and is starting to heat up, this is what we'll be wrapping around the bubble to create those stripes of white color later on. Also, as you'll notice, we always let this glass sit and cool down quite a bit before we gather that next layer of clear. And this is partially to make sure that the bubble doesn't collapse on itself inside of all this glass. If we were to keep this warm and then gather right over top of it, it would be warm all throughout and the entire thing would be moving, and that bubble inside could actually fold on itself and collapse. So we always let this kind of core cool down, and then we'll gather our next layer of clear, which makes this process take a little while. This is the first half of the process, is getting all of our color and all of our glass, all of the patterning. And as soon as we have it all, everything moves pretty quick from there. And over on the right side of the hot shop, we're using a pipe cooler. If we ever kind of disappear behind that box there, that's what we're doing. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Right now we're working on making some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are holiday themed, of course, so we have the transparent red base that we've already made here at the center bench. And we're going to blow this out a little bit further. We're going to change the shape of this bubble, getting it ready to wrap some white glass around it, which we have over on the right bench. This is going to create some white striping on the piece, kind of like a candy cane. So at the center bench, Sarah has blown this bubble out quite a bit. And now she's going in with this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And she's lengthening the bubble and then tapering the bubble. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just water in the buckets. And we'll also spray water onto the newspapers, which we were just using to shape the bubble. And don't worry, you guys aren't missing out on anything. That's just a pipe cooler over there. That steam you see rising is the pipe cooler doing its job. And up in the front here, we have some rollers. These pull the pipe back at pretty even increments. So whenever we wrap glass around the bubble using these rollers, it wraps it super evenly instead of doing it by hand, for example. So just like that, we've wrapped our white glass all the way around the bubble. So now that we have all the colors and patterns and designs that we want, we can start to blow this piece out and turn it into our picture. As the pieces that we make in the hot shop get wider or bigger in general, we oftentimes will have to open a door to the furnace to just make sure that we fit in properly and we don't tag anything on accident. But you can actually feel that heat coming out from opening the door. It saves us a lot of energy if we keep the doors closed, but sometimes we just have to be able to fit in there. It looks like we already have enough heat to create the jack line. So the jack line is this divot that we create near the pipe, and it's where we break the piece off of the pipe later on. I think this is where a lot of you guys kind of came in for the last piece. We had gotten pretty far along. And to form the bottom of our picture, we're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. And we're continuing to stay on the side of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades. And as you can see, this is forcing the glass into a pretty nice crisp corner. So just like that, we have formed the lower half of our picture. Also, kind of behind the scenes, we are usually covering up the end of the pipe with either just the palm of our hand or a single finger. And this is called capping. We're making sure that when we press on the glass, the air isn't escaping the piece, because this pipe works both ways, where the air can just come back out. Yep, so we've just attached another pipe dead center to the bottom of our piece. And once this connection is set up, it's not moving so much and it's centered, they will break the piece off from its original pipe. And this is just giving us access to the other side of the piece, or flipping the orientation. So there we've just applied a little bit of water, which I was mentioning to some of you guys earlier, is to crack that connection. So you can see how hot we've gotten the front half of this piece. So instead of going on the inside of the piece, we can actually go on the outside, and when spinning the pipe relatively quickly, this is pushing the glass outward from centrifugal force and kind of pushing it into the blades. This creates a really even, symmetrical shape. And we'll probably have to open it up one more time. But we're getting pretty close to the point where we attach the handle of the pitcher and then create the spout of the pitcher to finish it off. Use a particular what? So the paddles, I'm not entirely certain. Maybe everything that we use in here is a fruit wood, but I know that the blocks are a fruit wood, that's for sure. So over on the right, Jack has blown a small bubble of clear glass, and this will be attached to the side of our pitcher to create the handle. So at the center bench, they're not altering the shape of the pitcher anymore. They're just trying to keep it warm, so they're going in and out of the furnace every once in a while. This is called flashing. Yeah, both of these pipes are hollow. Yeah, the handle is hollow for the pitcher. I mentioned specifically it's hollow because we want the pitcher to be a little bit better balanced and also just lighter overall instead of having that solid glass on the side. Now they'll attach the lower portion of the handle first and twist it up to make a second connection. Now this second connection is colder, so frequently they'll torch that second connection with this small handheld torch. So now that they are happy with the shape of the handle, they are going to work on making the spout. So to do this, we just heat up a small section of the lip, and then we'll push the lip outward using a pair of tweezers. And that pretty much finishes off the picture as long as they're happy with that spout. Yeah, the shape of this building is based off of these old wood burners that used to be along this waterway here. They were used to burn leftover wood scraps from logging, apparently. And this cone was kind of built paying tribute to what the area used to be and what it used to be used for before they cleaned everything up and built the bridge and the museum. And yeah, the only difference that you'll see visually between those burners and this cone is that this cone is tilted on its side. And this is mostly to give us some more floor space over there. And now to break this piece off, they apply water to the very end of the pipe and then tap the pipe. And we will torch the bottom before stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo to completely finish this piece off. So there we have another picture done. And just to let you guys know, even though we are working on these pictures all day today, you can always ask me questions about designs you see in the galleries, and I'll probably be able to answer those questions as well.